Good morning and welcome all to our council meeting. To open, I will give our council prayer. Tēnā tātou. E te atua ka tuku mā te ke kaha mai ngā māngai ka te whiriwhiri hia mō te kaunihiro tiko te mahi me te ngā kauaha, me te hakamahi ngā pukinga me te ngā tauranga I roto I ngā wānanga me ngā whakataunga, kia hakatūri ai te tahi apuri matatika nei tukotahi ana, kame tuka piki anu I te oranga o tō tātou rohe, whakatau anō I ngā take o te rohe runga I te tika me te whana. Lord, we ask that through council discussions and decisions, the representatives we have elected may govern the Whānau district with imagination, skill and wisdom to achieve a fairer and more united community that enhances the well-being of our district and solves the district's problems efficiently and effectively. Amen. Just by way of a few mere announcements to begin before we get into apologies and declarations of interest, I just would like to acknowledge the passing of Hine Whare Harawira, sister of Matua Hone Harawira and sister-in-law of Councillor Hilda Kiat Harawira, who passed away and I believe is lying at Dixie o Waitangi Putaimano Waindo Whātikau Marae at this time. I believe she will be taken to Pakapara Marae and we'll party I think either tomorrow or Saturday, so we have quite a bit away. I just want to acknowledge your passing and the incredible mana that she brought to not just here in the Whānau, but our region and our country. The eternal rest grant upon her, Lord, and make perpetual light shine upon you always. E te atua whātiki ai te oki oki ngā tongatanga, kia whātiki ai te maramatanga o te I also, and we will record this, but acknowledge apologies from our Te Hiku Community Board Chair, Adele Gardner, and send our prayers and other Whātuku and her family at this time. Her husband is very unwell. And with that, also acknowledge and welcome our Deputy Chair of our Te Hiku Community Board, John Stewart, who is here to represent his community board at our council meeting. And I believe this is your first ever formal council meeting that has said it.
I've listened to you guys.
No, first time. Welcome to the table, Deputy Chair Stewart, and it's great to have you here. I also would like to acknowledge Nicola Smith, who is our acting group manager for community and engagement, who is at the table in the hot seat today. It's great to have you here as well, Nicola. Also acknowledging that we currently have a significant event on in the Whānau at this time, and that is the 50th anniversary of the Te Tai Tokerau Secondary Schools Kapahaka Festival, which is being hosted at Te Kura Takiwa o Opunoni Area School at this time. 27 secondary schools from around the region being hosted there, and acknowledging that funding to enable that beautiful event to happen was given by all three of our communities. So thank you to you. And the live stream is up on Te Hiku Media. So I was excited to watch on yesterday. And also acknowledging that we have council staff who are there working alongside Northern Regional Council and the Electoral Commission with the council team. And that is one of the reasons why we have Councillor Tamati Rakinaway, so we're not as we get there. I also just wanted to touch on regional deals. Regional deals is a significant opportunity that has been put up by our current government, and we as Northern Region have submitted a regional deal proposal to the Department of Internal Affairs, District, Whangarei District and Northern Region. And that is now publicly available and has been released through Northern Inc. And I just wanted to congratulate and thank Councillor John Vucic, who is the chair of our Joint Regional Economic Development Committee, and also the spokesperson for our regional deals. So please make sure that you go and check that out, because it is quite an exciting opportunity for our region. With that, we will go into our apologies and declarations of interest. I will move that we accept apologies from Councillor Tamati Rakina, Councillor Haukia Harawira, Community Chair Chiki Rapkin, who doesn't have any minutes to speak to. And also to Community Board Chair Adele Gardner. Could I have a second for those, please? It was councillor Kappa. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed to abstentions. That is carried. Email into we have no deputations today. We'll move into item 5.1, which is a notice of motion for Pioneer Village Kaikoui that can be found on page 5 of your agenda. The motion is that Council approve additional funding allocation to the remaining annual plans within the long-term plan 24-27 and subsequent long-term plans to secure 2 full-time staff positions for Pioneer Village Kaikoui, manager and curator, to address the existing workforce constraints and enhance operational sustainability. And B, include the Pioneer Village Kaikoui in the Arts, Culture and Heritage Strategy, ensuring recognition of Pioneer Village Kaikui's contributions and funding for preservation of heritage buildings, collections and infrastructure upgrades. That has been moved by Councillor John Busich. I will second that. And I will pass over to him to open for Councillor Busich.
This is something that's been ongoing for a while, goes back several terms in terms of what's been happening at Pioneer Village. So while this is a notice of motion that has my name on it, there's aspirations and hope of a large team of volunteers and many people in Kaikoui desiring to see the Pioneer Village Kaikoui be enabled to implement its revitalisation plan, which is included, you can see that in your document there as well, and following the recommendations of the independent report on page 37. You see that in your document as well. And so I really like to thank those volunteers who meet weekly. It's actually volunteers and another team looking at the revitalisation. So doing this will establish the historic and heritage village as a cornerstone of culture, tourism, education, events and create vibrant community life. Now that sounds pretty ambitious, but if you know what's actually there, you'll appreciate how that's happened. There's an important key to the revitalisation plan of Kaikoui as a visitor destination. But all that is being asked is Council to secure 2 full-time positions, a manager, as read out, and recognition of its role. That's part B. Doing so will allow the enablement of an implementation plan. It's too much to expect volunteers to do it. You really need 2 full-time positions to make it happen. Pioneer Village delivers great value for money, operating on a grant of only $50,000, reduced to a net by Council. Those volunteers over time have raised, and they came up by Council. They've raised hundreds of thousands of dollars to restore the buildings that actually are there and various other things to get the work. And that's all projects, as I said, to restore buildings. There are over 5,000 items in that collection. There isn't really anything like it in the far north. Nearest thing of this is the Heritage Museum. That was called Heritage Museum, I believe. It's now called Kiwi North in Whangarei, and that's a much bigger area. There isn't really anything like it, as I said, and I ask you all to go and have a look. Visitors can walk around the space of 5 acres, experience the actual heritage buildings and see the exhibits. There are 25 buildings, 11 of significant value. Here's a map. I think you may have seen this. It's been around for a while. It's here and there. The top ones that I highlight, for example, the Kaiau Methodist Church, which sits right here, 1886, but I'll just bring one out, and that's the Wamedi North Courthouse, 1862. So these are sitting on the site, sitting there. There are about 11 of those, and they are significant, as has been said. So anybody that's visiting this place can actually sit on the seats where their ancestors sat, and that's some of the comments that some have said when they sat there in the very building where the first Rinninga meeting in 1860s was held. Read the minute book as well and see mentioned their whānau and whakapapa. They stand where their ancestors have stood, and it brings history alive. We've had school groups go through and seeing all of those things there, then that's, and that will revitalise the film as well. The revitalisation plan also enables council to achieve its vision. And that is, of course, a district of sustainable prosperity and well-being, creating great places and supporting our people. As well as that, the Kaikoura Aspiration Town Plan, the 2019 Kaikoura Town Plan, which I made mention to, which includes maps and shows how that actually fits. The Community Revitalisation Plan as well, is currently being worked on. And it's cultural and heritage to this one here, Mana. And if you read that, but disappointing some people, if you read that, the statement on page, whatever that is, made by the mayor, you'll see what he says, and I thank you, Mayor Walker, you made a good statement. We can learn from our past and work together as our Tupuna ancestors. Intended through the vision of Te Tuiki o Waitangi to build on a shared future. We want to be renowned as a district that values and supports its arts, cultures and creativity while protecting and treasuring our rich heritage. We want to take every opportunity and tell our district's unique stories. We want to harness the power of art, culture and creativity to bring about positive change and economic development. And of course on page, there's another page which mentions the 15 principles, and there's just that's on page 91, and of course it identifies five areas: identity, I've been identity there. Participation, you can actually be involved as you go around those exhibits. Revitalisation, yes, and also revitalising the community, revitalising the buildings, protecting them, as I said, through the process that's going on there. Creativity and cultural potential, and one of those principles, explore ways you can grow the far north and district with a creative economy. And you'll see as I sort of work towards finishing off here. So there's those plans and it fits. But there's also the Memorial Park plan. That was significant investment from the council put in there. That was done in conjunction with Wainui Village. Our great ride, Ohiringatai Twin Coast Cycle Trust, is based in PVK, Wainui Village, Kaikoura, and charged with growing cyclists and numbers experience. The great rides, when the trust came and visited, they saw and did a tour. They said this is a great gem, and they could see how it can fit to create a greater attraction for those visitors. This is how we can take our heritage and add value to it and create economic benefit. There's the potential of job creation. We've spoken to QRC, which is based in Queenstown, to the CEO in 5 years it's a training centre. And they're quick, and this is with Cycle Trail, they're keen because getting hospitality in place to create jobs, they're working best tasks for jobs. All of this sits in a reflection on what's happening with the revitalisation plan for time. So all we ask is for those two positions, which allows us to follow the business case, which is in the document, and the revitalisation plan. So that's what we were actually asking, which is not much in the scheme of things. And I'll leave it there on the slide later. And that's what I'm asking for this stage, which we then receive a significant business lines down. But the positions also has been requested out of Hokinga. They need support in their museums as well. And I can see those roles having time to do that. Thank you. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor Visage. Are you able to give any commentary from staff on how things have been going with Wainui Village? We're looking up to the floor.
Right, good. To start by saying that I'm sympathetic to this kind of offer, but
I have significant concerns about how we progress this one. Staff have visited Pioneer Village and met with the staff and volunteers there. It's a great facility, but it's very evident that there's a huge amount of work to be done. It concerns me that this proposal, it might be the start of a revitalisation, but I think really it's just buying time. We need a far bigger capital injection to get the Pioneer Village up and running properly. In terms of this proposal, this is very similar to our last council meeting where we put to council a request for additional headcount, for additional staff with a substantial budget. We're actioning that resolution and we did it without adding budget, so we were able to reassign staff to achieve those objectives. Right now, I had somewhat of a set straight by our finance department on that we probably should have allowed for potential rate rises as a result of that one. This situation, I think, is the straw that breaks the camel's back in terms of having to revisit our rates rise. So if we assign an additional budget, additional headcount here, I believe we will have to discuss a larger rate rise at our deliberations in May prior to adopting the rates in June. So that's the sort of unfortunate reality of the situation. Charlie can speak directly to, we've done some analysis in terms of the rates implications for the Kaipui Hokianga Ward, and just ask Charlie to give us just a brief update on that, which is quite significant for the
Guy. So in this scenario, we've estimated the cost of the request would be approximately $175,000 to council. Given the exercise that council staff have undertaken in terms of intending to reduce that rates rise to retain the 11.3%, we would believe that we would need to amend the budget for elected members' consideration in June, in May for deliberations. Specifically, this Pioneer Village as a community facility, as a museum, is ward rated. Based on the number of soups in the ward, that $175,000 would equate to approximately $26.20 per soup in the ward. And currently the Kaipui Hokianga Ward has a proposed $557.90 ward differential, and that additional $26.20 would equate to approximately 4.7% increase on that. So it is just the way the rating implication would flow for that proposed increase in budget.
Thank you for that, Charlie. I've got a few questions. I'm incredibly sympathetic to the motion that's on here, and that's why I seconded it, to put it on the table, because I'm hoping what flows from this, regardless of whether this is a successful motion and becomes a resolution, but I'm hoping that this organisation has following outcomes that will fall from this. And I didn't prepare myself very well, but I have written down some questions to help guide me. The first thing I wrote down was, how do we choose winners as the Farnborough District Council? We have such a large, widespread, and geographically large district. 75,000 people spread over 4.5 hours of roads. But how do we choose winners? And I go back to our first annual plan for this council, when we sat around here and looked at what, under the tagline grants and donations, we could cut. Because we pay lump sums of funding to hundreds of organisations across the whānau, but there is no there is no matrix, say, like how we have our dust matrix that we used to try and make things fair, right? We don't have feelings over what and how and why. There's been added on over the years. Some of them are historic from the county council or borough council days, that those arrangements we set up back then, and then all of these community groups want increases in the amount of money that we boost them for, because the costs of doing business increase and increase and increase. So how do we choose winners? We as a council directly support the Far North Museum at Te Ahu. That's our district's museum. What's the FTE that we put into that? These are all rhetorical questions, but I'm just trying to work my brain through all of this. What are the risks of not supporting this motion today? All our Pioneer Village here in Kaikoura close. How do we support our other museums? We've got the Hokianga Museum. We've got the Whanaro County Archives over in Kaikoura as well. We've got all of these things that contribute to make our home, our place, a great place, and they're referenced, and we've adopted Toimana, our arts, heritage and culture strategy. But how do we walk our strategy in a fair, equitable and sustainable way for all of the people of the whānau? I don't know the answers to these questions, but I think that we as an organisation need to put resource and energy into making sure that we are enabling our funding to be fair, equitable and sustainable for people, so that we aren't just by chance picking winners or losers, or historically have winners or losers, but we've got a fair measure that the community can understand and see how we allocate funding, how we rate for and allocate funding for our district. I had here a question. I'm making to Councillor Research for purposely excluding funding, voluntary funding within his resolution, because then that would lock us in. But rather by leaving it open, does that leave flexibility for staff to then look at what is achievable through potential available FTE? We've just heard the response back from our organisation that there is no more availability through FTE following our previous exercise. But what else can we do to have a fair outlook for the people of the whānau, and specifically so for here in the Mid-North, for our Pioneer Village and the community organisation, charitable trust and heritage place that it is, that gives full effect to a strategy that this council has adopted? I don't know the answer. 3 years ago for annual plan, I sat around here and said the same sentiments around how we fund certain sports facilities over others. How some are on our contract for maintenance and some aren't, and we'll just lump sum them $2,500 a year to mow their lawns. But yet here we are in our third year, still having the same conversation around how we ensure a lens of fairness through an appropriate matrix or whatever it looks like, so that you at a staffing level we don't have to go through this all the time because we come up with it. So I think that we do need an actual work stream to try and achieve that with tiers or whatever it looks like. But I don't know how we're going to get on with this motion as it stands. I do not want to see any increases in the 11.3% that we've already indicated as our draft increase for our annual plan. I also do not want to see a $26 increase per rateable unit for the people of Kaikoura Hokianga, who currently have the highest ward rates in our district. I also don't necessarily like the fact that we have ward rates and we draw artificial lines on a map and say that is how we're going to determine how we rate you. But in any case, I know I've got Deputy Mayor Stratford in the line, but these are questions that, pending maybe this motion, I'll have a follow-on, what is it called? An alternative motion should this one fail. That would be, and I'll work on the wording while other people speak, around ensuring that there is a work stream within this council to be taught by next year's annual plan that really looks at a fair way of how we distribute funding across museums, community organisations, sporting facilities, and the like.
Thank you. I just want to acknowledge Pioneer Village that came and gave a deputation last time they were here, and also the previous deputations I've been privy to where they've raised concerns at how unsustainable they are at the moment without it, and it's been exacerbated by COVID. They're at risk of closing and those assets being turned over to council, which this report doesn't address. And I think that is a massive cost burden that would come to council if we don't look after them today. I also wanted to point out that the Pioneer Village is featured in the Kaikohe Hokianga Community Board Strategic Plan, and it is the little line says sustainable funding provided to Pioneer Village. It's also in point 11.6 of the Toimana Arts, Culture and Heritage Strategy to continue to support and advocate the village. I think John covered it off, but I just wanted to add that, that's 30,000 items that the district have gifted to council at the Pioneer Village to look after, and those volunteers look after on our behalf. 22 heritage buildings, most of them have been lovingly explored over over decades, and they just look beautiful. I don't know if any of you ever went to the the little rail village in Auckland. I did as a kid, and I loved it, and I took my children there. This is what this is going to be. It's building up to that. And Kaikohe is on a state highway, so they're always facing traffic management plans for events that cost, heaps of money. The Pioneer Village hosts those parades, events, so they've had Christmas parade, Matariki, and Halloween, and a number of other things there. I'm not sure if the what are they called? Those vintage cars and stuff. They go there every now and again, and it's such a cool event for Kaikohe and the wider area to take in. But the risk of them just going, we can't do this because we're not getting enough support from council is high. I was working on an alternate resolution as well at the risk of this failing, and was thinking along the lines of investigating resource staff that council investigate resource allocation to secure staff positions to address existing workforce constraints and enhance operational sustainability. Because this is not new. We've visited this. It came up last year in long-term plan deliberations, and John was told, "Oh, you don't need to move an amendment to add this in. I will get the Te Ahu, staff member to help Pioneer Village," and that is not. That's actually not. That person's way up there. They've got their own work stream there. I'll chuck that to Hawthorne and see, because he's already said what he's thinking about, and not sure if John speaks that, but I haven't made it to the weekly meetings, but I've been seeing the passion in their emails, and just from years of sitting at the, attending the Kaikohe Hokianga Community Board meetings, hearing Kelly Yakis Kelly Van Galen, talk about the Pioneer Village, and I've been there a number of times. there's the Kaikohe Hokianga Community Board support this, and so does our regional art strategy. So I think we need to level up at council as opposed to kia ora.
Kia ora. Councillor Foy.
Thank you. With the current motion, it was great to have the financials provided from Charlie and to hear from our CEO. I have had the fortune of visiting Pioneer House with Nicola Smith, and what is key about that site is actually its location. It's the key site that links the green space to the sports hub. So that's a key site for Kaikohe, and I'm not actually sure who owns the building. I want to clarify in terms of asset management. The land is owned by council. Its designation is a
special purpose.
The zoning, what's the zoning?
Is it a reserve? Is it a general type of land? Is it a
Special purpose reserve.
so it's a council reserve?
Special purpose reserve.
Okay, and so that site specifically is a key site for Kaikohe. What I see for the Pioneer Village is a significant opportunity for Kaikohe. Kaikohe is spending $12 million on its new civic hub, and that's fantastic for the Western Ward. Even better that the civic hub is paid for district-wide. You know, if you look at numbers, solely along with numbers, I don't see why the Pioneer House hasn't jumped at the opportunity to partner with council to look at those opportunities, not on the back street, but on the main street of Kaikohe. They have key opportunities with some of the items that create interest that can be collaborated with council building, just like Tiaku, just like we use those features of the museum as part of that. I don't see the way of doing things like they've always been done as the opportunity. I see the opportunity of working with council as part of that civic hub as the opportunity, and for it to be paid district-wide. In terms of capitalising that cost as well, that would be spread because it's a capitalised spend, and it would be a key feature for the main street. And in terms of the key existing site, that would be left as an opportunity for Kaikohe to link the key green space with the key sports hub space, which is a fantastic space for the town. The current motion here doesn't provide for that long-term vision. I agree with the CEO that it's a band-aid approach, and I don't think looking at things in isolation, how they've always been done, is an opportunity for Kaikohe. I think the opportunity is to look at what our civic hub is doing and look at those opportunities for collaboration and look at the key funding opportunities as well that we can leverage of moving the Pioneer House into the civic hub space with not maybe all their buildings, but significant amount of works that they have as features. And that would be a much more sustainable option for council financially, for Kaikohe as a key feature, and also to allow the opening of that existing site for key opportunities for Kaikohe. So in closing, I don't support the current motion. I haven't moved an amendment yet, but I was wanting to hear the other members before I move an amendment to reflect what I've spoken about today, because I don't think we should work in silos, and we need to look at what's best financially for Kaikohe and to attract the town to make it vibrant long term. Ngā mihi.
Councillor Paul.
Thank you, Your Worship. I understand that if this was to fail today, council have used such feels. Everything that he talked about has merit. But I'm concerned when we sit here and we make decisions that have financial consequences out of sequence, and they don't need to be out of sequence. We have annual plan debate coming up. We'll strike the rates for 1 July. There is time to get this right, rather than just react today. We heard that there's a risk of the
facility closing down, and if that happens, the assets will return to council. I didn't read that in any of the supporting documents. Certainly didn't hear that the other day. But if there is truth to that, then I think the staff need to investigate that and report back to us. We heard today that traffic management plans are expensive because of their location on a state highway. I'm not sure I actually buy that argument, because everybody has to have a traffic management plan, regardless of where they are, if they're in the roaming corridor. So that's a cost that's shared equally across the district. We heard today Hokianga needs support for their museum as well. And recently the Bay of Islands Whangaroa Community Board received a presentation from a museum in Kawakawa that none of us actually even knew existed until we had the presentation. So I think a stock take of what facilities there are across the district. What is a fair and equitable way that we can support all of them? Whether that is ward rated or general rated, this is going to form part of a much larger conversation that we need to have, including the sports hubs that the Mayor spoke about, including the cemeteries, including any number of community facilities that people look after on behalf of the people of the far north. So I can't support the motion as it's presented today, but I would like to see something come forward to the annual plan date so that we can revisit this. And I don't think anything would be lost by a couple of months. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cutler.
Sure. I'm thinking in terms of isolation, and I know that for many parts of our discussions in council, we've highlighted isolation as in individual areas, but yet we still go back to our own wards and we always promote what's in our wards. So to me, the argument of isolation is a timing thing, but it's also a preference, because what I will work for is those things that are closely to me in my ward. And from a Māori perspective, my ward is called Taitokara. And therefore, I want to put to us that I really, really believe that the discussion or the comments that Councillor Court has presented today has been long overdue, and that is an overview of all our existing museums in the area. Now, if we draw from that, then we are working out of isolation and we are actually looking at a collective approach. But I want to really think to myself, if it is not successful, what is that telling our arts strategy? Does that mean to say that our art strategy has failed in that particular area? But the other thing is, I don't think Kaikohe community will feel sad. I don't think so. I think they'll feel ripped off. And to me, that builds again that another emotion of here we go again. And I don't believe that that's the intent of council. The intent of council is to look at how best we accommodate for the facilities that we manage, the land that we own, to ensure that our areas here are best serviced. I support the motion because it gets on the table, and from my observation as a first timer, things must get to the table so that they are considered, they're kept in our face, and that they're not lost. Because when I say that, I think of the Hokianga area being lost. And it was brought to our attention earlier that they were struggling. We didn't do anything about it. We know that because it was tabled. So today, this has been brought to the table. I've not attended the meetings, but I have attended the meeting of the first instance where there was enthusiasm around the table of the Pioneer Village to even consider name changes, to even consider a broader approach, which from a Māori perspective, there's nothing there that highlights Māori. And that was something that was quite big in that discussion, where the members said, we need to include things Māori in this museum if it's going to represent our areas. And to me, I know, and I've heard at the table here, that that plan hasn't been brought forward or any discussions. I'd like to think that this stays on the table so that it has the effect that every one of these museums need in our Tai Tokero board. I leave it
there. We'll go to Community Board Chair Watt.
Thank you, Moko. Just in relation to where the community board sits, there's been a couple of references in this discussion around the table. Reserves are a community board delegation. So when I look at this, my first question is where do the community boards sit in this, and are they leading it or driving it? Special reserve, I'm not really sure on that classification. And museums used to, years ago, as I recall, having been around here for too long, fall under, and I stand to be corrected, but they used to be a delegation at community board level with the halls, and we're treated as such under a similar policy. So perhaps some historical digging out could reveal how these things morph into and disappear off delegations. I'm not quite clear on that one. We have actually 5 museums in our ward, and as Councillor Court pointed out, we found out about one at our last community board meeting, which was both embarrassing and informative and exciting. So where I'm getting to from this is clarification around where the delegation sits. The Pride of Place Fund, which was our placemaking fund, the purpose of that is to actually achieve through our strategic plans at community board level. If this is in the Kaikoai Community Board strategic plan, then the community board should be throwing their Pride of Place fund at this, if this is what the community wants. And that's just my suggestion from where I sit on our board. Just clarification around.
Okay, thank you, Lance. There's a question there.
Councillor Research, right of reply.
Mr. Mulroy, I just there's a question I asked. I
don't have anyone else on the speaking. To answer the question.
I'm not right to say, but I'll just let him do his right.
No, you go.
Oh, no, sorry, Councillor.
No, I'm just concerned. You know, there's a comment there, assets coming back to council. I don't like that. Think of the Turner Centre, the domain, the big halls. What are the costs without volunteers? Be through the roof. And why is there an information kiosk? Where is that? Is it based down there? Is that manned? We've got them around the district. And the other thing relating to Councillor Kapo's comment about our Maori heritage, wouldn't that all go to Waitangi Museum?
Yeah.
And I don't know the condition of the buildings. If the Alexander Mill's still there, I was sharing in the shed alongside that 50 something years ago, so I imagine it's not very good.
Councillor Research.
So I'll just answer question first. It is community board. It is the community board in the community board strategic plan. And they have got $2,000 in the report that you see there to do it. The other plans for the missions were done somewhere else. That report that you see, that was nothing on the community board, $20,000, and the community board get beyond involved. And there's a community board member, previously the chair, and that was Mike Kemp, not the chair on the board, the own board. And there's also information I asked a council member to be there. That's my role. So they've been doing everything that can. So that answers your question, I think. In terms of integration, To be honest, I'm not surprised because over the years, the Pioneer Village has been raising it and raising it and raising it. Councillor Court, you mentioned a number of things that include risk. They did raise that. In fact, the current manager is no longer the manager, but acting as a volunteer. She came back just out of dedication, not part-time. She resigned over a year ago. It was brought to council table, and the same things you hear today and on the table have been said, and there's no action. We're giving lip service to our strategies, we're giving lip service to our comments, and they really do feel let down. You're breaking the hearts of all the volunteers. They said till June. We actually asked for consultation. That didn't happen. It was promised to go into the long-term plan. It didn't happen. So this is, notice of motion is in desperation because they are at a stage where they'll walk away, you'll lose your volunteers, you'll have multi-million-dollar buildings that heritage buildings look after. They can't be moved to the other site. The other site doesn't have space. You're talking about 5 acres and that will not fit in that space. So what we should be doing is Councillor Floyd, and it's in the document, if you were to read the document, you'll see in there, in their way forward, in their plans, they talk about the collaboration that they're doing, which is extensive. It's with the colleges, it's with training organisations, it's with the innovation park as well. It's also with the cycleway. It's also with the other, and we've asked for that. Now, when you say also they should be doing that, who is they? You're talking about volunteers. That is totally unrealistic. Expect volunteers to do all this. That is why volunteers, and my notice of motion is saying, goodness sake, just show a bit of equity as you do, and create those 2 positions, which you're doing in Te Hiku, Upper General Awards. The general award rates, as that was raised, the Kaikai people are paying more for the Te Hiku Museum in rates than they would be if that was $26. So a little bit of equity and fairness would be desirable if you were to do that. I don't want to go down that track because I do agree we should be looking across the whole district and saying what are our museums and what strategy should we have in place. I 100% agree with that. But how do we get it on the table? Like there's been some comments making, well, let's put it on the table and we'll go away with a thing saying we'll do this. And as Councillor Cupper pointed out, I know exactly what they'll think. They will not be sad. They will be thinking, here it goes again. So today, I know this now we voted on, and sure we voted on some other amendment. You can't walk away from this table and have them walk away in June and then start pick it up who can't get the hundreds of thousands of dollars they've gone into it through other means because there's a trust, potentially compromise other issues that we're working at. It will be a mess. And so, some questions there. I don't want us to get lip service, which it feels like. I'll ask, the risk is high. Again, for example, reduce your costs simply. And where did the Te Hiku Award be known as the regional award? That's no resolution of council.
Regional Museum.
Regional Museum, that's the resolution of council. That's right, it's on the back of that. And certainly, and I agree, so I agree with Councillor Foy saying, well, let's look at what's happening here with the library. Now that's just the library. And there is collaboration going on with that. And there's been talks in that. So it's all part of a unit within Kaikai to create it as a visitor destination with the Business Association has requested as well as part of their plans. And on the 14th, there's another group showing up, which I'll be talking with and saying that. So what shall I be telling them? It'll be giving a very clear message to say that we really don't show much interest in care, and we've demonstrated through years the lack of action. I'll leave it at that.
Before we vote on the motion at hand, it's been signalled there's a foreshadowed motion, so can we please be made aware of the foreshadowed motion before we vote on the motion table?
Then have foreshadow.
Should this resolution fail, I had foreshadowed an alternate resolution that Council directed the Chief Executive Officer to develop a matrix by Action Plan 2627 to guide funding allocations to museums, sporting facilities and external organisations. And B, investigate resource allocations to secure staff positions to address existing workforce constraints and enhance operational sustainability.
Needs to be a C there, because we don't have volunteers to go and entities over.
I'll be open to a C pending the vote for the resolution as it stands on the table. Okay, it's been moved to sorry.
We have to look at the funding, even if it's for this year.
For your current motion.
After that,
See what was in it. I imagine that the decision today is going to have staff having to do work no matter which way it goes. We should have consulted on this and we wouldn't be making the decision ad hoc.
So just for clarification, the alternate motion, are you looking, is that a foreshadowed if this is defeated? Yeah.
All right, it's been moved and seconded on a vote by division. Rose, can you put up a vote by division? Please just Ms. Shakespeare. Councillor Gordon. Councillor Boyd.
Opposed.
Councillor Hararita is away. Councillor Kliskovich.
I support.
Councillor McNally. Support. Councillor Radic.
Support.
Councillor Akina is away. Councillor Vucic. Support. Sorry, Councillor Kabash. Support. Oh, it's left to me. I won't make a difference, will I? I'll abstain. And that actually does surprise me, Councillor Vucic, because that has carried. Mr. Holroyd, you have some work to do before you bring our numbers back for annual plan to us, don't you? All right. We are going to go to congratulations. It's going to be quite a big shuffle there. We're going to go to item 6.1, page 70. That is our confirmation of previous minutes, that we confirm the minutes from our meetings on the 13th of March, 19th of March and 2nd of April. I will move, if I could get a seconder. Councillor, oh yeah, well, sorry, we'll go with Councillor Cork.
I note that Councillor Peskovich is recorded as being present and then we receive his apology.
I believe we took his apologies and he came in late.
Yeah. Can that please be amended then that it is not a leave of absence, it is for lateness.
Any other corrections or notes for our minutes? Then we'll put it to the vote. All in favour say aye. Those opposed or abstentions, that's carried. We'll now go to our community board minutes, item 8.3, page 250. 200. Where's my little tab? There it is. All right. The recommendation is that the council note the following community board minutes: Turkey Community Board on the 18th of March and Bungalow Community Board on the 20th of March. I'll move if I can get a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Vucic. First minutes up to Hector's. So, Deputy Chair Stewart, I'm happy to pass over to you to speak to your Thank you. Thank you, everybody. For 6 years I've been in this role, and the first time I'm stepping council. I'd just like to reiterate what Paul started with, and just the support for Adele at the moment. And I'd also like to, while I'm here quickly, just really say a big thank you to the chairs of our community boards. There's no way I could do that mahi that they're doing, and you know, it's really good for the communities. I've got very little to say on our previous minutes because I went bush after the bonanza, and I wasn't there, but it was also a very light meeting. I've got one thing to bring up from our community board that we've been discussing lately. And I know there's, hey, we've all been talking budgets and cuts and things like that. It's just around our grant funds. And what we've been looking at is, I've done a lot of funding over the years with previous positions, squash club, rugby clubs, blah, blah, blah. I just noticed before, like as councillor making decisions around future funding for community boards, there's a number of clubs and trusts and even individuals that come to us that could never get their money through the Pokey Trust, things like that. I think there's a lot of communities, you know, a lot of things we do in the community that they wouldn't find that money anywhere else. Something from Councillor Floyd. Yeah, so I just want, for future reference, I don't know whether there's discussions in the annual plan around what budgets for the future funding with community boards, but I really believe the recent drainage up at Te Apua for the sports hub, we just, you know, we're currently going through an individual that's bringing pickleball into Awanui and Pukenui. All these things wouldn't get done. Like, I think the only place they can go for money is actually through the community boards. And I know our board for the future is really focused on things that are going to last a long time for the community, infrastructural type things, or, you know, we're talking about pickleball, painting courts and getting nets for them and for the clubs. So looking at things that are going to be around for a long time as opposed to focusing on, you know, one-day events and things like that. And yeah, apart from that, very quickly on a personal matter, well, it involves the community, I left some calendars around there for our councillors and a little report on the Snapper Bonanza. You haven't been ripped off, as we've heard that today. It actually starts in April, that calendar. So it goes April to March, and it's got next year's dates right at the back. So most of you know Dave Collard, who runs the event with myself, and it was a very positive thing to farm off. Thank you. Oh, and just quickly, if you want to talk about events and support and grants, without the previous support from this council and Northland Inc., you know, that event would not be as strong as it is right now. So it's a plus for the future, you know, for that type of. And that's my report. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Chair Stewart. Are there any questions on community or presentation?
No, just to clarify, we haven't been ripped off in that.
Like I said, we'll pass over to Bay Island Southern Community Chair Board.
Thank you, everyone. Just to note that these minutes are unconfirmed. We've already discussed museums, so you'll see on the bottom there of page 1 of the minutes, we discovered a museum that we didn't have. So we've already had this discussion in the last month around museums and where they fit and where they sit. And we do, listening to the kōrero today, it really does bring to mind classifications and the importance of them. And might I remind you all of the the Williams Library and grounds, which has two museums, one in the rear and one upstairs, which the community board funded. This is run by volunteers and it's a historic reserve classification, so we do definitely need to get some sort of uniformity and policy or guidelines around these assets in the delegation. There's two items in here, two reports that you will see actually coming up in your agenda today in relation to reserves and leases over reserves. I'd just like to acknowledge Robin Orsick, who's behind me in the room today. Without staff's availability to talk us through some of these complex issues, the community board would probably be floundering to make fully informed decisions to forward to your council. So hopefully we've done a good job in our decision making for you today. The other thing I would like, we didn't have any funding applications because we're doing them bi-monthly. I believe we've got a dozen coming into us next week, which highlights, again, following on from what John said, you know, we will run out of money if we fund all the requests we get. We do not have enough funding from June to June anymore. We're struggling to fund events and our infrastructural focus as well. And of course, council's not keen on us creating lots of assets for them to maintain and operate moving forward in our budgets. So it is a dilemma, and we're also receiving a lot more social under the wellbeing, a lot more social applications. There's a lot of associations of organisations and volunteers struggling out there, so they're coming to us as well. Also wanting to highlight the importance of our private place fund. You know, I sat here through every workshop and fought to keep it. I've called an extraordinary community board meeting tonight, a brief one, because we had a couple of workshops on our private place fund, and we see the importance and significance of helping to make Te Pua Waitanga a success, and we're aware that the budgets aren't there. So even though we have two private place funds, Kororaka and Simpson Park, on the table at the moment, we are going to this evening be discussing and debating funding with earning predetermination of 4 items required. This facility is opening on the 24th of April, and the codes will be starting to play on the 25th, the following day. So just we're going to be looking at football goalposts, installation of league goalposts, shipping containers for storage and CCTV. Just so council is aware, we discussed fencing, which I believe you're picking up the costs for that. But it's really important that if we're going to open a facility, that it's fit for purpose, and we as a board feel strongly that we have a responsibility to consider assisting in that process. And finally, I just want to just briefly acknowledge my friend and colleague, my buddy. I was going to say something, but sorry, I can't. To me, she was a protester and a radical, but to me, she became a good friend.
Tim Maku, Chair Ward. I just want to pick up something from your minutes as well, and that's it because your community board has such a great social presence as well. That your board, and I commend you for your recognition awards that you have started for the Bay of Islands Fund Award. It's fantastic to see, and a fantastic way of us acknowledging community groups, volunteers, and amazing farm aldermans who do amazing mahi or pipis and aroha across our district. We are going to be bringing back our farm citizen awards. It's got a brand, and staff have been working on this for 2 years now. But thank you for recognising people within your ward area as a community board. It's absolutely fantastic. And because of its success, it's flowing into us bringing back our honours board that we've got at Newsmill. So just wanted to. Are there any questions on our A1 channel? We'll go to Epidemic Stratford and then we'll go to.
What's that?
Malayan.
Just on the Kawakawa Memorial Library Centre, did you guys in the package get the history of back that it used to be the council library service centre, and that's how it, what you know, that's originally what that memorial.
It was included in we had quite a deputation from Guy Crowd and
Oh yeah,
history.
yeah. And a previous chair of the community board, Noma Shepherd, used to be patron. You know, she was chair of the Memorial Library Centre. So I think it's really important that you know, that package of information. You know, I did a package when I was an outgoing community board member for the incoming community board member, and it's just not being passed on to Roddy. Yeah, I think it's so important that community board members that, you know, have built up intel in their community don't just close the book, because it's at a detriment to the community that information doesn't get passed on. Because, you know, the likes of Johnson Davis and Kawakoa and Noma Shepherd, they're gone, you know. It's left up to staff, and we see a massive churn in staff in an organisation as big as this. So, yeah, it's something for our democracy services to up in the election.
Councillor Research.
Yeah, just a comment. Two things. One is I really do appreciate what the community board do. They actually, as pointed out, up their way. It's quite John. So thank you for that reminder, John. And also in LGNZ recently we spoke of community boards in there. Money that should be paid, and really your value for money is way up there. You should actually be given more if we look for what's local. Localism. That's something I raised as well. Just a comment. Is all the museums. You can go contact Kelly North, and it's Laurel Worthy is the contact, and she is willing to help. She said we've got willing to help you guys here, and also in other museums, because they see themselves as the regional museum, as they were once called. I can do that up.
Okay, all right. We will put our community board minutes to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed to abstentions. That is carried, and we are going to have a 10-minute break now. Adrian, if you could pause our live stream. Thank you and welcome back to our council meeting. We are going to item 7.1, which is on page 86 of our agenda, and that is an application for an easement over the Esplanade Reserve. The recommendation is that we determine under section 48 number 3 of the Reserves Act that public notice is not required for the granting of a stormwater drainage easement over a local purpose Esplanade Reserve. I will move this if I could get a seconder. Councillor Court, we have Roger and Robin who can speak to this paper, but we will take it as read, and I will pass over to Councillor Court.
Thank you, Memo. This came before the Bay of Islands Whangaroa Community Board. It was debated at some length. Member Jane Hindle undertook a site visit, and we had staff there to start. Very steep, it's not publicly accessible, and there's been a number of significant enhancements being undertaken by the landowner to manage stored water. The board felt that this was a really application for an easement. Leave it at there. My chair may wish to add further comment.
We'll go to Amy Shepherd.
Thank you. Got Miss Hui online, so we're back the lengthy debate and know the area well. I just wanted to highlight the relationship that the landowner has with all the hapu in this area. So the correct one has given permission, and yeah, it's very straightforward.
Thank you. Community Board Chair Ward, anything to add to this?
Queries were mitigated by the reserves plan.
What I just want to highlight is, if you were to just read this recommendation as it stands on my run sheet and then how it will be reflected within as a resolution, it does give me cause for concern that we would approve this without consultation. But if you read the full report and also highlighting the letter of support from Ngāti Kuta, the I's have been dotted and the T's have been crossed. So I am comfortable with this recommendation today, and we'll be voting. If there are no further questions, we'll put it to all those in favour say aye. Those opposed to abstentions, that's carried. We'll now go to item 7.2 on page 102 of your agenda. That is for ground lease requests over the Kaikohe landfill. The recommendation is that council deny all new ground lease requests over part 3 on this block located at Recreation Road, Kaikohe, invested in the Whanau District Council as Recreation Reserve, known as the Kaikohe landfill, due to health and safety requests. Now, this came from our community board themselves. I understand that there are community groups that do want to see development take place here or would like to have leases over this. But as I've read in this report, it is not safe to do so. And so this will help staff with current requests or any future requests that it is. I mean, I thought it would go without saying, but it does. Our community board would like us to resolve to help them with risks that they're receiving, that we will not be accepting or allowing any leases on our site because it's an old farm site and it's not safe to do so. So I will move if I can be seconded, Deputy Mayor Stratford, and pass to you.
I just wanted to highlight on page 106 in possible implications for Māori, and I highlighted this in the community board meeting as well. You know, legal up we've been consulted on. So we receive, well, I'm one of many elected members that receive many emails from one particular member of Hapu that has claim and a long-term aspiration for use on this. And the fact that this is coming here without him being notified at least and an opportunity to speak is, just makes me very uncomfortable, and I believe it's a risk that, a reputational risk for council that, there hasn't been a corridor with him. And I know there hasn't been because he's still sending the same emails. He doesn't know that this is happening. And I understand the health and safety concerns that were outlined to the community board, and like twice they've had it come to them in a comprehensive health and safety report, and then the motion which the community board supported to just have this done and dusted. We need to ensure that community board aren't bearing the, like we've spaced out here, for being the decision makers, so it's going to sit with us that when we move this resolution. And it might only be one person out there, but I believe it's a couple that have aspirations for policing that. So and actually, if I took you to page 112, which is in the next report, Far North District Council recognises the significant role of tangata whenua as set out in the Working with Māori chapter in the long-term plan. We notify tangata whenua in the Pohupohu locality of this change in policy for the lease, but we haven't this time. So, I won't be supporting this resolution, and I'd suggest that we leave it tomorrow on the table to align with Te Kaiweta so that we, just do it properly.
Thank you for that.
Not do it, but do it properly.
Thank you. Councillor Floyd.
I just have a question about the ongoing use. So it's not leased. The ongoing use on page 105 says council currently maintains the landfill through the community services contract and is on a rolling schedule. So it gets no full-time care. So if it's not leased for, I don't know what purpose, another purpose, it will be used for
walking your dogs.
Oh yeah, so it's just an open space, or is it open to the public, or is it not open to public?
So it is available for informal recreation, so like walking. I believe that you can put potential statues on there, but the land cannot be pierced at all. Just in regards to consulting with Hapu, I did not do it at the time of writing the report. I have since done that. I have engaged with 5 members of Te Uri Ahua, and I have sent out 5 emails with letters explaining of the report, and I had response from 2 of them who are in support of this recommendation.
Thank you for that.
I had another question about the reserve. What's the land area of the reserve?
The size?
Yeah. Is it like 100 square metres or 100 hectares or?
I'll find that out for you.
While Michelle's looking for that, I'll go to Councillor Elliott and Councillor Kappa and Councillor Visage.
According to this was closed in 1998, which is 27 years ago. And I note there that a post-closure care landfill management plan was submitted to Regional Council, and I guess that was a resource consent, and that all operations and maintenance are to be carried out in accordance with this plan. That resource consent expired August 1998, and the landfill closed early 1998. What are the operations and maintenance plans in place now, and do we have a timeline when this might be usable? There's no end date. I thought went into that, what went into that dump, and then with the 2 metre cap, I wouldn't want to fall over on it. You'd end up with a septic sore.
I used to live next to it.
What's that?
I used to live next to it.
Yeah, you know.
Councillor Kapa.
But I just want to pick up the point in terms of the consultation with Hapu, and I hear from staff that one or two Hapu were engaged, but I will come back to our arrangement in council is that council consults with our Hapu or Kaito, which is 5. And I'd like to think that the 5 will have some feedback into that, because what that does is it will cause an issue within the Hapu alliance. The second part I want to do is I want to pick up on what Councillor McNally talked about in terms of closure, maintenance on the big property, and when is there a time to use that property? I want to support that. But the second is, what about the property alongside, adjacent to the identified property? Can those property be used? About the league field, which is on this side opposite the Pioneer Village, and those properties could be used for 7.
And is it Thorpe? This Thorpe Road edge was originally planned to be a pump track that the previous council funded.
Yeah.
Not enough money for though, but so nothing happened. But there's a question there, please, Guy. What are the ramifications of this resolution for? Does it affect the entire property, or are there areas of the property that are suitable for use, alternative usage?
I think we'll have to investigate that and provide a subsequent report.
Can I suggest then that we do leave this to live, because we can have all these questions, but how about we get all of these questions answered and bring it back as a suitable report for us to consider? You're the second of that.
Yep.
So
on the table.
rather than it to live pending further information be supplied.
The site 1.7 hectares, a site plan locality.
Excellent. All right, we'll put that to the vote. All in favour say aye. Those opposed or abstentions, that's carried. And before you bring that back to us, can you send a courtesy email around or even hold a workshop if a workshop is some way of getting feedback from this group here, other than it being in a council meeting, to inform what that information and reporting back looks like. And we'll make sure that Ngāti hake ki Ngāti Tautahi te uri o kua te matarahi rahu and Ngāti on there, all notified. Taimata ka tangi hanga ko awa o tamatia tiri pūkaka tuki mai no horo pōkaki no ki tanataku. We'll go to item 7.3 on page 107, which is a new ground lease to Kohukohu Bowling Club incorporated over 22 Beach Road, Kohukohu. The recommendation is that we commence the process on the granting of a new ground lease to the bowling club. And that the proposed lease be a term of 30 years and 10 plus 10 plus 10 increments with an annual rental of $121 plus GST. That we want the Kaiperi Community Board here in submission moved by Councillor Research. Seconded by the Administrator, Councillor Research.
Yeah, we're doing this in all the other places as well, so really no comments.
The Administrator.
With urgency, I know that they're keen to get this in place.
Any other members of questions? This will come back to us post submissions and consultation.
Yeah.
All right, we'll put it to a vote. All in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed or abstentions, that's carried. We'll now go to item 7.4, the application for an easement over the Waipapa Esplanade Reserve. stormwater drainage easement over the Esplanade. I could get a mover. Councillor Corr, seconded by Deputy Mayor Stratford. Councillor Corr.
As per the item 7.1, I also came to the debate of Whangaroa Community Laws. It was debated at length again with the courts. The initial concern was whether this would contribute to NOAA stormwater management issues in the Waikato catchment, where they were satisfied on balance that it doesn't, will not, I should say, contribute to increased stormwater flows. Martin Reid here was consulted and he provided the report, which is in the report. And this should be pro forma.
Thank you. We'll go to Deputy Mayor Stratford, then Councillor McNally.
I've got a question before I make a statement. 476 all these easement applications that we get. Is that set by law or is it in our fee schedule? And does the work that it takes, because listening to Robin talk on this item in particular at the community board meeting, it sounded like it was quite a lot of work involved. She said it was. Does $476 cover the cost of the work involved, and do we need to review putting the cost up?
I'm currently checking what can be charged under our current fees and fees and charges schedule and the new one, because I see the value hasn't gone up much. So I'm checking that with legal. There are some other provisions within the Parks and Reserves policy, but I understand they may not be applicable. I can probably, that query has gone through to legal services. I can probably share their response, but I do have concerns that that we may be subsidising some of these processes.
About that. Cool. Thank you. Sorry, and I just, this report was very comprehensive, addressing the possibility of, what was it, a culvert or a bridge or something if needed later to connect. Yep, that was wonderful. I wondered, and props to the hapu, but what I've been picking up on in our Te Pā Tukudea discussions is there's not just one, and I just hope that we have this right. It feels like we have, but I know just up the road, Te View, boundaries there as well. So just got to be very careful. And I'm happy to support this though, because it's in an industrial sort of area. Nobody's going to go over there. And yeah, cool. Thank you.
Councillor McNally, then Councillor Vucic.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the photos on pages 124 and 125. So the plan itself while it's been described by fellow councillors that it's all been good and everyone agrees with it. It looks like there's two detention ponds, which will be to capture the water that comes off in a bit of a hurry off that sawmill operation. There's a lot of hard stand there. And then it looks like just discharges. Is it via a manhole and pipe, or is it just that open drain? And who's going to maintain the drain going forward? There's just a few questions like that. But I don't think are in this report at all.
If I may respond to that, the discharge was noted as part of a pre-application for a resource consent. So it was realised at that point that there wasn't an easement and there should be. The resource consent improves the stormwater and effluent management system, so it will actually update and improve it. So we can expect that the quality of the water is improved, not maintenance.
And who's maintaining that open drain? Is it an open drain or is it piped? Because all these discharge from a detention pond would drop into that manhole and be piped somewhere.
I haven't looked at the plans for some time, but the discharge through the Esplanade Reserve is a channel, not a pipe.
Councillor Research.
Two questions. Being essentially an industrial zone site, not an industrial zone, but being an industrial site, what about runoff from the chemicals that have been used? I would assume they wouldn't be consumed unless that's all been contained and properly accounted for. That's not going to be discharged down the
And through Kahika, the proposal had Far North District Council consent has been approved, and I'm pretty sure NRC consent has been approved, and so it does comply with discharge standards and so on. Yes.
Thank you, because that would be the environmental. And the second question though, it is a rural production, and probably this additional discharge across reserve and everything else. All these things occur when you're doing such activities in a rural production zone, not our industrial zone. Is this going to be made an industrial zone at some time in the future in the plan?
I'm not able to answer that correctly. Roger?
I could look into, obviously we've got Te Patu Kuria in Druids right now, and we are signalling for light and heavy industry in the district plan and that part, but I need to look into exactly this is specifically within that area.
Yeah, and I'll support the proposal. Thank you.
Councillor Boyd.
Just on page 123, the plan is really good. The report's really great and detailed and includes lots of great maps and plans. Appreciate it. It just details how the discharge is existing. What our staff members doing is legalising that via a stormwater easement. There's water flows downhill. It doesn't turn around and go back up the hill if you don't own it.
This one, it's flat.
And it's always discharged in that location as reflected in the engineer report. So yeah, I think it's quite straightforward, and I think it's good to legalise things in an easement so that we know what's happening going forward. If we're not here in 20 years' time, someone else might have an issue when there's, I don't know, a giant walking track through here or something. Yeah, so fully support.
Councillor Courtwright, reply.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just reconfirming that the site was established and was discharging land before the Esplanade Reserve was created. So this is formalising an existing relationship that the business had. And on page 25 in the fine print under figure 6, you will see there it talks to Waipapa plan, plans to develop a new dispatch yard and boron treatment building. All stormwater will be captured on site. It will be run through the stormwater management system. It is fully funded. It is not exposed to the rain. All timber is wrapped. No contaminants will enter the stormwater system. So I get a lot of comfort that they've taken this seriously and they're doing the right thing. Thank you.
We'll put that to the vote. All in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed or abstentions, that's carried. We'll now go to item 7.5, the Strand Port Rātika Russell Traffic Trial Extension, which can be found on page 137 of the agenda. The recommendation is that we approve extending the existing traffic trial as currently constructed until Monday, the 1st of September 2025.
Happy to move.
Councillor Court as seconder.
I'll second.
Councillor Research. Councillor Field.
I'm not actually in a position to speak to the report because it hasn't come to the community level to the best of my knowledge to extend the trial. I can only work off the same report that everybody else has read, and on face value it makes sense. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Councillor Research.
Yeah, and it seems to make sense, and it looks like it's worked quite well, but I'd like to hear from
Member Ward.
Thank you, Milka. Yes, I have spoken with Jane Hindle, who is in the Wedding Party group and one of the councils very involved in this process, and she is supportive of extending this until the 3rd of September and doesn't have any issues with it and ability to enable everybody to have input into it.
Councillor Foy.
Just a question for staff. Why 1st of September?
Mr. Barley.
Sorry, probably it's better to come through me unless you want to talk to. Okay, cool. So we're allowing enough time to run the public consultation. So we're in the process of getting a consultation ready, which is consulting on what we do if there's a possible road closure. So it's allowing enough time for that to happen. And then the other thing is if we take away what's in there right now, then it's hard to bring it back. So there's a possibility that what's actually already there now in the way of the road coming measures, that they will remain post the consultation. So what is happening is we're planning for a public consultation event right now, which is going to go out and survey if there's an overwhelming support in the community to have some form of road closure along the Strand in Russell.
Does that date, Roger, then allow you to take that feedback back to community board and council?
Yes.
For the election?
Well, we have to bring it back to the community board and to bring it back to council to formally approve any change to the road status. Keep looking at Elizabeth because she's all over this.
Oh, no, just based off your feedback there that it was done so that you don't take things away and then potentially put them back. Correct. But within the cycles of the rest of our cycles we have, are you going to be caught in the loop anyway and have to take it away in any case? That's where the decision went left. You know, the decision was to keep it, to make it a permanent, no longer a trial, but to make it permanent.
Councillor Foy was requesting why Monday the 1st of September was chosen as an arbitrary date or what?
I believe it's just part of actually the planning process. We're just our timeframes of planning around it was just simply that, not allowing enough time for that to happen.
So following that question,
You might want to look into the election cycles when our Bay of Islands Whangaroa community board are meeting. Otherwise, you're then going to be briefing potential new tables around all of this for them to make decisions rather than this group.
thanks for answering that question. So the reason I asked that is because, as we know, Russell is popular in summer. I'm not sure when the trial commenced, which date.
It's been going over summer, so we commenced it in Elizabeth will be exactly.
Thanks, Roger. So the trial started the 8th of December, and the consultation, the trial itself is a formal consultation. So during that entire 6-month period, we were able to gather input, and then we're formalizing it with a 1-month official consultation open to the whole.
Yeah, so my question was, why don't we take it through to another summer so that we can see, if the community is still supportive of it in the peak season, or have you already had that feedback from that time? I guess it's yes.
Yes, we have feedback through that time.
Okay.
All right, Councillor Courtright, reply.
Thank you. A delicious irony, really. At the very bottom of page 137, it says the trial must not exceed 2 years in duration. And that's under the land transport rule. And I'm being a bit cheeky here, but the one-way system in Kerikeri was a trial back when Wayne Brown. It's still there, so I think we probably all need to go back. They're out, it's legal. interjecting an out of order business, I have no further comment on this item.
I would like that statement captured. We were just outside with an incredibly passionate group around where our systems and processes have failed us, and that we're breaking the law over a 2-year trial that's been going for how long? It was never out near here.
Well, yes.
Someone actually look into that, please. That's the whole way. We'll put it to a vote. All in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed to abstentions. That's carried. We're now going to go to item 7.6, the Bay of Islands Run Walk Festival. It's on page 148, agendas. And the recommendation is that council approves the proposed temporary road closures to accommodate the safe operations of the Bay of Islands Run Walk Festival 2025. By Peter Mover. Yep. Councillor Research, and I will second. Councillor Research, any questions?
No, these one are very all covered by a lot of people and it's a great thing. So.
I did not know that there were people who did it. I didn't know they even had the thing. It's called an ultra marathon. I learned this in our agenda preview. And I've also learned that we have a far northerner who is going to break a record and runs an ultra 51 kilometres every single day. Shannon did.
Yes.
She's on day what? Day
500 something.
Day 500 of running 51.1. It's amazing. So, if she's not entering, I will sponsor her ticket to enter. She can take it out. Can you give her contact details to me?
Yeah, totally.
So I'm in favour of this. I'm not putting my hand up to do it, but I'm in favour of allowing this and the different options that are there. 6Ks, 8.7Ks, 21.1Ks, and the ultra that's just staring at me, 51.1Ks. Any other questions? Chair Ward.
Thank you. But yeah, I was just intrigued around the recommendation. It doesn't actually include which roads, it's only in the body of the report. So I think it's really important that we have good comms around this, given it does include the state highway. I noticed that that the Marae have been informed and the trust, but they may wish to provide some feedback, as in the past we have seen quite a few, we have a few little issues, you know, with spray painting on the roads and footpaths and things like that, and permanent paint, which is defacing our assets. And he suggested, you know, that they look at changing some of these things, but I don't see the changes coming. So rather than informing, it would be good to invite for any feedback on how these things are operated. And comms will be crucial around road closures in that area. It doesn't clash with the Mother's Day one. It's a bit confusing because there's a Mother's Day fun run and then there's this like a week later, I think. So.
And Ken from Comms is in the room, and when they do up their comms plan for this road closure, we will make sure that they include maps and those roads that are closed, please. Deputy Minister.
What and I may have missed it, I didn't give this particular report a lot of time. Is this the first time this event? No. Are the, what are they called? Is the traffic management plan exactly the same as previous years, or have there been changes?
Through the chair, as far as I'm aware, the traffic management plan is exactly the same as the previous ones, but it is under the new Zealand Guide to Temporary Traffic Management now rather than Copton. But yes, there is commonality between the two.
Yeah. Great. Okay, cool. That's all. Thank you.
Councillor Research, right of reply.
No response.
Put it to a vote. All in favour say aye. As opposed or abstentions, the motion is carried. Go to item 7.7, Northern Link Statement of Intent, which is on page 154 of your agendas.
The recommendation is that council approve the following to be tabled as an agenda item of the April Regional Economic Development Committee meeting. That final district council request that the committee make the following changes to the Northern Statement of Intent, and then we've got some Roman numerals there. All the way down to Roman numeral 18. Okay. Acknowledging that statement of this is us expressing to the Joint Regional Economic Development Committee, which oversees Northern East, that we would like to see this in there. But ultimately, just like with MCCO, we can make requests, but it is up to the CCO themselves what eventuates in the final statement of intent. But I am happy with the wording of this. I might as well leave it. Happy with the wording of this. To express from this council what we have come across in that workshop on this that has been captured by staff. But also reiterating the fact that there is still no guarantee that this will become the final statement of intent because of this going to JRED taking it to Northern Inc, but ultimately Northern Inc are the ones who if I could get a second that.
Second.
And we'll go to you, the administrator.
Yeah, we had a good workshop on it and the resolution captures everything. However, I did want to check if there were any changes from the report in this, from it, anything different in this report to what we read in the email.
Just so to reply that through the chair, Poimana has not been referenced in here, so it actually is captured on the notes. So
okay. Yeah,
I didn't capture Poimana in the very long resolution.
very good. So that to be updated. Yeah. Okay. Do we have that?
And we put Roman numeral XX, no, X1V, no, X1X. Is that going to be 19? 19 include toy mama about that. Is this going to go on record as the longest resolution this council's ever done? This is longer than our ratings demands one.
But here, I think we've had longer ones on LTP.
LTP.
Yes.
Council Research.
Probably here's what my comment's going to be. We did have a workshop. We didn't complete that workshop though. But so I've sort of mixed emotions with this one. One is I'm real pleased that we're responding to some of these things to raising my right. The issue that I have is consistency, which I'll just go through very quickly. But the other one is the process, as the mayor pointed out, really it's through these statement of expectations and the appointed members that on the Board of Regional Development Committee that oversees Northland Inc and its board. There we go through. Now that was the 6th of December. 6th of December it should have gone through. So we're right behind the April in the moment. And on the 29th April, we have to really pass it. So I suspect the response is not going to be that good in terms of getting this at this stage. But I really am pleased that we're showing some response. Now, to get down some specifics I want to raise, like it is a long resolution. Some of those things, like point 1 and 2, probably saying similar things could have been made a bit clearer. You make mention, and I know I did raise this before, about economic growth and economic development. Now, overseas at EDA agency, and there's one of the points there too. Oh, that's right. All right, I'll speak up a bit. Sorry. So you sorry, thanks, Councillor Cook. Make mentions of economic growth and economic development. Remember that in the workshop? And economic growth is very specific. It does say increasing GDP or increasing returns to shareholders. And that's fine. And then you mentioned economic development. We also focus on the core activities of economic development and growth. When I look at some of the documents that you did refer to, and Toy one of them as well, which I talked about, like for example, that you did refer to, this is about economic well-being. And so if you say it's going to have to be focused on adding GDP, where does that leave? How do we affect that? How do they look at affecting this? Which is more about community and well-being. Sure, it's got the economic lens around it, and I'm all for that. And that's what I mean about consistency. Now, I realise I've done some work on this, which I'm real pleased about, and a bit later in the piece, I'd love for us going forward to be able to sit down with the board. Now, we do have a staff member attending each one of these meetings, so there's no unknown about it. Some other things in there too, I think are, you're saying that in the statement of the intent, put the board members on there. We don't ask that of our own fund of holdings, and most other companies don't follow that. The website's got the board members all listed, so that's why you're doing that. But never mind. Now, one other final thing I want to say is that, like Wharerenga, for example, was a great difficulty getting across, as you're probably aware. And there's one member that said, no, they'll just note it, but they're not doing it. So I know you're saying in here that where it applies to us, then look at the documents, all our strategic documents, and bring them into consideration. Exactly what I asked you at the beginning too, when it came to Mining Village. So I agree with that. But remember that this organisation works not only through council's visions, and in your statement here in the detail, you says vision should align with visions of councils. They're bigger than that. The council visions sure are important, but why, and the classic example, I'll finish with this, the regional deals, which is some of the most significant things that we've got in terms of economic development, certainly it's very aspirational. That is a central government initiative. It's not a council initiative. Council can point to documents and say, yes, we agree with it, and we do. We've sat around the table and said yes, but it's not necessarily a council vision. They will determine that. And in terms of economic development, private business as well, and Hapu, in their vision, is something that's actually the council mentioned about, Hapu and so on, which is fine. So I'm happy with this vote and forth. There's four one staying or vote against it, but if it goes through, I'm happy to discuss it. I'm just giving you a heads up. Don't be disappointed in what may come back, but I'm sure we're looking at an opportunity where we can capture that. Remember, Remember, we did say that we are trying to increase the visibility to elected members, and I got a bit of a tour of the three regions we've got, three ward regions, and offered it for, and I think John was up at Kaitaia, and community board members attended, but it was open to everybody and staff. The attendance was very poor, and that might come back and be reflected in questions fired at me. Well, but as I said, I'm really thankful that we are showing a greater vision. And finally, next year there is probably going to be a review, which is due for one, and we'll probably do that review. And that's a good opportunity to make changes that might be beyond what you're doing here as well. But that's really it. I'm sort of an update, and I'll see how the vote goes, and I'm happy to take it.
Thank you, Councillor Vucic. It was noted in the workshop, but I'd like to note it here in front of everyone that I expressed my dissatisfaction with our organisation, that Councillor Vucic was the one who was trying to organise visits with elected members and staff and the CEO of North Connect. That should have been done through our organisation, and then we would have had better turnout, because it would have tracked along with our formal meetings calendar. I did not attend that myself because I was not available. I would like to have attended that. So our organisation failed us in that, on that account, and it should have been picked up by us to do. Not Councillor Lucis to try and wrangle 30 elected members and staff to get our opportunities to meet with the CEO. Councillor.
It was just one matter that I'd raised in previous workshops about the role of Northland Inc. and how it relates to this paper as well. Specifically in relation to statutory processes where the economic focus is undertaken by a different department of council. And Roger will be aware of this through the district plan. An economist does a report and presents that as the vision, of the economy in the Far North, but there's no one there to advocate for the economy of the Far North as a submitter. And I raised that in the last workshop that it was actually a council meeting, agenda item, because it's not given that weighting that can be taken through the hearings and through the court process. That gives the weighting on the economy and how advocacy from a submitter like Northland should be part of that process so that our council can have our spokesperson that we're paying to have the economy of Northland front and centre and actually include land use and subdivision rules to enable that. And currently that's not part of their role. They don't need to be a specialist in that area. They can come and speak as a layperson. And that will give more weighting as part of that to enable activities that may encourage different opportunities for groups, but also to bring up any issues that they might see of other submitters that present things that may inhibit that. So that's not one of the current motions here, and I was wanting to move an amendment to reflect that because I had raised that previously. And I know that the Resource Management Act is changing, but there will still be a process for public as part of that. And my view is that we're paying Northland to be our advocates in this space and that they should front up to advocate for us in our Northland economy and opportunities for subdivision land use specifically. So I'll just give my amendment wording to that effect. I'm not sure if it's very long, so I'm just going to not put a number next to it and then I shall add that correctly in Roman numerals.
Can we have it? Because then we will be
moving along with resolution.
unless you're intent to just accept it as part of the
What is the wording?
That Northland Inc. Make submissions and advocate for district plan and planning processes relating to economic growth.
I'm happy as moving to accept the UFP
XIX.
all of this, it's just to give Councillor Vucic and Councillor Kleskovic what we as their council would like to see in the statement of intent that they take it back to the Joint Regional Economic Development Committee. I don't see any harm in including what that looks like. Nothing is a done deal with it. The ball is ultimately in the next court.
Just scrap it because I feel like it will just get scrapped because, we in the workshop we had a whole heap of things that, were raised by staff and we were like, no, we're not putting that in anyway because we shouldn't be, but then they're going to ask for more money to do more work. Yeah, so I'm having this quarter, but I don't think it'll get added unless they come back to us and ask for a resource to do it. See what happens.
It has been accepted.
Yep.
Fantastic. Chairboard.
I did attend the workshops and I also attended the roadshow that John organised And my only criticism of it is that I'm seeing repeat, which is being presented slides instead of open discussion session. So from a community board perspective and a community perspective, I think that that's really lacking. We get a great slideshow, which was repeated with what we've done, which we all know at community board level because actually we're involved in the events funding and the events and marketing side of it. And also we get the slideshows of what, the peanuts and the coffee and what we're doing and what we're doing at NAFA. What's lacking from a basic resident ratepayer perspective is what would we like to see them doing and what are they planning in the future? Just putting it out there.
Right, I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
Opposed.
Opposed.
No, you abstained.
Obviously.
Oh, abstaining.
God.
You take what we say though. You don't take what
I'm thinking what you say.
All right, that is passed. Now I'm going to refresh the horse and we're going to go to item 7.8 because I think if you're a little bit tired and need some lunch, you might just go for it. So, item 2.8 of set 194, agreement, security system payments, implementation of the council's support security system payments agreement for submission to local government of New Zealand. Which I will move. It's my remit, and it's been seconded by the Deputy Administrator. We know how the remit process works. To get a remit up to an AGM to be voted on, to then become part of the work plan for local government of New Zealand, you have to pass all the checks and balances. The first one is getting it over the line at a council. Then you have to get it over the line either at a zone or with 4 other councils outside of the zones to support it. This is the first step here. I think there is a lot more work that needs to be done on this remit and its implications and all of that sort of stuff. But I put it together very half pie with Google and with Councillor Tamer Ali, who's now Mayor Tamer Ali, to help fill in some of the gaps, knowing that the ultimate outcome or desired effect of this is something that I think is sorely needed. And that is keeping elected members, all prospective elected members, safe. I personally do not need security cameras at my own property. We actually have them. But if you are an elected member on our Kaipui Hokianga community board members, they are remunerated like $7,000 or $8,000 a year, and they are expected to represent their people, their public facing. That could come with security or safety concerns. There's been horror stories up and down the country of elected members coming home to find a member of the public waiting there to ambush them because they are incredibly passionate or are fired up over something specific. That elected member is now in harm's way. We've got elections coming up, and this council previously supported a remit around childcare allowances to try and encourage, to take down barriers or perceived barriers to people standing or coming into council. One of those was that if you've got tamariki, that could be a barrier to you being an elected member. This council supported that remit, and now that has informed the remuneration authority's determination on what you can get. I would like this council to support this remit, which would see the remuneration determination for elected members changed to bring us on par with our central government colleagues who do get reimbursements of up to $5,000 for security systems for their homes and $2,000 for call-outs. We don't have anything like that to keep us safe. Some councils have got ad hoc policies that they've put in place. I would like to take this up to an AGM so that local government New Zealand directly works with central government to find a solution to make sure people are safe and that people would feel safe and then would potentially put their hand up to run as well. So I acknowledge it's a little bit
half-baked, but the ultimate intention of it is one that I think is sorely needed for our sector. So I'm asking your support for this remit so we can take it to Zoe.
Oh, kia ora. I'm happy to support that, and I don't want to take away from your beautiful kōrero that you just gave on that and the work that you have done. But we had a workshop where the review of the sale and supply of alcohol fees was raised as potential remit. So I wanted to raise this, and Councillor Court might add to it. Because we can make an amendment and add this in here if you'd like. But I'll just start. So I wanted to add to the wording, if I just find the recommendation that council support the security system payments remit for submission to local government New Zealand and support the national-led approach of addressing addressing the review of the sale of alcohol schedule of fees. We are able to address those in a bylaw, but as we know, we have a whole heap of bylaws to do. What's actually happened when I was chair on the committee is we would have days of sitting in a hearing an objective to sale of alcohol application, and those costs are borne by the ratepayer. Ultimately, there's a fee that they pay, but it does not cover the cost of our staff being in here, commissioners being in here, or online. So it would be, and there's a number of other DLCs that have raised this, a number of other councils. Why deal with it through a bylaw when we could have a nationwide collective approach to it through the review of the schedule, and may want to alter the wording, which I rambled.
So you're proposing that the recommendation be that council A, support the security system payments remit for submission to local government New Zealand, and B,
support a national-led or an a national-led approach to address the sale of alcohol fees schedule.
Is there time between, I know that we are going to call an extraordinary zone meeting to consider this remit. I don't believe any other councils have all remits together, so it's just this one.
Yeah.
Is there going to be time for what you and Councillor Court are able to articulate very well to be put on a piece of paper to take to zone, but we can, in principle, sign it off at our council because I'm in favour of it. And it just means that we can sign it off here, but it'll buy time to put it on a piece of paper to take to full zone. Can you catch that in a B, please? Anyone else? Chair Ward.
I think this, but I just wonder where the ownership of this would sit if you came to my home and installed $4,500 with security cameras and I wasn't re-elected.
It would be yours the way it would work, like it would become a reimbursement. So you would take the costs on you to install your own security cameras, knowing that you can claim back up to $4,500. It may be that you install a ring thing that you can check on your phone for $250 or maybe more. Yes, but this is what is afforded to our central government colleagues. But it becomes just like childcare allowances. Council doesn't pay that directly, or DIA doesn't pay that directly. You pay it and then you can claim it back. Right. We'll put that to a vote, but if you could just put it up so that we can see B. So that council support security system payments remit for submission to local and really support a national
Remit for a national.
support a remit for a national led approach to address the sale of alcohol fees schedule. I think that's wide enough that it gives some space. Yeah. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed or abstentions? That's carried. We're going to go to item 8.1 now. Thank you for that support. We're going to go to item 8.1, Council Open Resolutions Update. There's a report by Getting Legal. Councillor Rupert, 22nd one. I'll second. Councillor Research. I just want to correct a little bit of the launch. No comment. Any other members? Councillor Boyd.
103. It's the first one on the table. In December last year, we had the meeting, and then there was the $20 million topic about roading. We approved certain aspects of that unsubsidised roading program. And there's no notes next to that item. $20 million is a lot of money. Any update?
The whole road. I was just noting that we were running to 16 pages of open resolutions, and I was about to have much time with my facility to discuss. I don't have a comment on this particular one. It should be. Tanya.
Guess what? Every single council meeting is going to keep coming back up. But how many council meetings is going to keep coming back up? While you're waiting for an election to wipe it off so then you don't have to worry about it? When is when? What is what? How's how?
And every council meeting goes by, we're going to be in winter, and then we've lost the construction season. I'm happy to have an extraordinary meeting to address this, please. So that was one major one that we'll bring up, and Councillor McNally also brings up about the timing of approving funding and how it works into the construction season at the time. So I fully support those measures. A time frame for that would be really appreciated.
I'm going to, Mr. Holroyd, ask your SLT to all look up at me. No, you are sitting at this table because you and our CEO hold the responsibility to do all this within our whare. We are a part of this whare, and I really need our whare to be working properly, or we have protests out there. Right? And we wear that as elected members. When anything doesn't happen in our whare, we wear it because we are the elected representatives of the people of the whare. But you are the mahi dogs for us. You are the ones who have to do all of this for us in the nicest way possible. Please make sure another council meeting doesn't come by where we will raise the same open resolutions that have not had anyone take ownership of them and continue with them. Any other specifics, Councillor Court?
But if you'll grant me the opportunity, I'd like to raise a matter that we talked about at our agenda preview the other day. We were reviewing the POCO agenda, and I raised with my concern that there is no mechanism to capture matters of concern that are raised by elected members at the table. And I've been compiling a list. My list is Waitangi National Trust application to New Zealand Infrastructure Fund to seal the Ruru Falls Road, future rehabs, treatment of NZTA funding categories, stormwater strategy, a Kai House speed bumps, Waitai Airport, Tuna Centre stormwater catchment, and Hihitahi Rise. We need a mechanism beyond an open resolution report to capture items that are raised at a council or community board meeting and at a community board meeting, so that these are captured and put into a work plan and work streams regularly. I don't have the solution. It's well above my pay grade, but I just wanted to circulate it while everybody was in the room, that we're dropping the ball on a number of these things, and I suspect once we start to formalise it, then the chief executive will come back to us and have a conversation about resourcing a budget, and that is appropriate for them to do so. So can we look to, whether it's a workshop or it's another paper to council, how can we capture this moving forward?
All right. We will put this to the vote, but they say aye. But opposed or abstentions?
I fear my co-is dies at this point because it's not captured.
Our chief executive just running it down. I'll follow that up. We are going to go to item 8.2, hearing councillor reports. The recommendation that we note reports by South, Deputy Mayor Shepherd, Councillor Court, Councillor Halkett, Harawira, Councillor Kappa, Councillor Research, and tabling today a report from Councillor Rapina that you'll have in front of you, as well as the attachment which was omitted from my report. So those have been paid. Yes. Then moved by Councillor Research. Of second. Councillor Research.
I was actually mostly away, so my report was very late. I'm late 2 weeks of that month. Just a bit of apologies there for those expecting a very detailed report.
I just comment, like I saw that and you actually still attended probably on average the same amounts as most other elected members, John, even though you're away for a few weeks.
Yeah, well, you know that. I do have a busy schedule.
I do want to invite on this report. She acknowledged me for going to Wilder. I was like reading her report and I was like, oh, there's me. Oh, there's my name. Lovely.
He does the best report.
She does.
Councillor McNally.
I don't have a report. I'm going to pick up on a couple of things that have, through the Kirikiri Waipapa River Committee meeting, the spatial plan committee wanted to make sure that this council was aware that we need to consider the flood mitigation opportunities or requirements, such as dam KPA, which was proposed a decade or more ago, plus overland flow path tracks. Tamaki, Councillor Rakana's report, he refers to the Aurori site visit, and this reflects on what Councillor Paul said a minute ago, relating to we need a follow-up on that. That site has development stalled because of resource and business consent, building consent status, which is operational. But just so you're aware, he's written it in here very well. The site has incredible potential as a regional and national icon, and with proper investment and partnership, particularly with local and central government, this could become a flagship initiative in Taipava. And council should consider how to support the ongoing sustainability and visibility of the Wapa Centre. So it's a training centre, Heck Busby's navigation, and it has government support and quite significant some virtual growth funding some time ago. That's coming to an end. We met with the board and Hilda and absent, so myself there. The other one is speed limit reductions. I understand we've gone back to NZTA. I'm not sure that I've seen what was sent. I think it was just once again operational. The Hitahi Rise, that's in Deputy Stratford's report, and I'd like to see the ram dart on the road, what work has been completed over the last wee while and what risk there is to the water reservoir. And the Cobham Road, Hohegi Road intersection, there's an RFS raised this morning. Thanks, Emma. It was an email I sent last night in relation to some work Chorus is doing in the road corridor. It's been owned off for months. And there's multiple cones there if you go and have a look. I've taken some photos if anyone want to have a look, but they're putting a cap over some services that they need to access, steel plate, and it's just got to be fixed. I mean, it's bloody dangerous. There's over 2,000 kids go into that Haniki Road school precinct, and the old fellow that contacted me about it, sorry I didn't refer it, the gentleman that contacted me about it, he very nearly hit 2 kids there night before last. He said it wasn't for a student who was sitting alongside him who squawked, and he took evasive action, and he would have bowled too. He's very shaken up, and it's just not good enough. Fix it. Please. And in relation to what Councillor called for a minute ago, all this should be recorded in the minutes. There's no reason why all these items that come up, they should just be recorded, go to the appropriate stance.
Councillor Court.
Thank you. Just one that is time critical, and I really do think we need to respond to it, is the imminent or totally underway review by NZTA on the financial assistance rate for roading. I sent out an email CCing everybody, as I do, and I would like to acknowledge that the Deputy Mayor has replied with a very wholesome email, and I thank her for that. And currently, Edward Varley has replied to the email this morning, and I just would like to read one section. Following receipt of Councillor Court's original email, I discussed this with the roading asset management team, and we believe that we have found a method to use the current NZTA calculations to our advantage. One of the key aspects of the calculation is the valuation of the original asset. This is based on RAM data, and we have been very quick. And we have a very quick report attached that compares our assets to those of every other council. This does not show any significant discrepancies between asset length and current FAR between the authorities, although we do have a disproportionate number of bridges. What the investigation showed is that the historical asset valuation appears to be based on a nationwide average. So although the unique features for funnels are considered in current calculations, they may not have been part of the historical valuations. Using our current market rates, we could request a re-evaluation of the assets to reset the asset valuation to where it should be. I would like to ask that we do that, so we know that if we're in a position to advocate for a higher FAR or keep our FAR where it is. The reason I say that is people who are on the average FAR rate of 53 will be strongly advocating for the playing field to be levelled, and there is only so much money available nationwide. So if they are successful in their deputations to the board, NZTA may, and it is a may, reassess the calculation rate and move our FAR rate down. So we need to be in a position to strongly advocate why it needs to stay where it is or be increased. Now that's kind of time sensitive. So I don't want it to die at this table or in the email chain. I'd like to think that there is an instruction at an operational level that we do that.
Through you, Kahika, thank you for that, Councillor Court. I read that email too, and it filled me with optimism. We will certainly be given priority chasing that up. I would say historically our roading asset management team have not demonstrated a full understanding of the NZTA budgeting system, and we haven't fully utilised some of those budgets. So we're certainly focusing on prioritising that to optimise our funding, maximise our funding.
And just one thing I said.
Nelly, sorry I butted in and cut you off before you're taking a long breath. What was the
Oh, I knew that Ian was going to bring that up, so I let you go. But at the Regional Transport Committee meeting that was brought up, we have to do what's been suggested by Councillor Court, because there's a push to standardise the far across Northland, and Palmer and Kuiper are very keen to get our level, or at least get it back. We can't afford that.
Get a slice of our cake.
Yeah, we can't afford
enough to feed us.
Well, they take our slice if we don't use it anyway, because if it's available in the north and they're prepared, they'll grab it. And so we've got to be really well organised, but we can't allow that far to slip. We do have to spend every dollar we apply for on an annual basis.
That's all for you.
Just on the topic of roading, and it's not about the far, but about grading. Councillor McNally's been really helpful in that when I put an RFS about a road, when a ratepayer contacts me, he tells me where the grader is. And I'm like, how do you know this information, Steve? And so, yeah, so in terms of the Friday notices, and when the public are actually notified, I don't think that us as individual councillors should have to go out to the public and tell them this, because if there was a media release, this is where the grader is in this area in the northern and southern wards, then that would be able to have the community manage their own expectations about why it's taking 60 days or 10 days or 40 days in order to get the grader back around to their site. And so it was just really a question with Guy and his staff about using our comms team in order to do that, not just the Friday notices.
Sure, we could do that.
Yeah, thank you for that. I'm happy to answer. I think the Friday notices are intended to give elected members a heads up. In most cases, there are news stories, media releases being worked on. So the Friday notices is a vehicle for us to give you a heads up, and we've been trying to utilize that more and more. Basically, if there's items of interest.
How does it interface with our GIS maps so that you can just click on the map and see? Or you email or council.
Me. The other part would be that whoever's answering the phones or emails relating to a request for service actually understands exactly where they are and can go back. Here's the timeline. So it needs that level of detail, which isn't that complex.
Excellent.
Yeah, I wasn't sure to hear the road announcement.
All right, and just quickly from me, the local government New Zealand monthly report for the council was tabled with my members' report, and this order I represent our zone national council. There's been a lot of money that goes in this space, and a lot of money that organisation does for its members with central government throughout Aotearoa. I just wanted to take this opportunity to acknowledge two of our local government New Zealand whānau members. The first is Mayor Campbell Berry, the Mayor of Lower Hutt, and also our Vice President, who today has announced that he is standing down from local government and will not be seeking re-election because he thinks he cannot trump getting $1.5 billion for the Riverlink project. And it's an appropriate time for him to step down. So I just wanted to thank him for all of his mahi on our behalf as our Vice President for Local Government New Zealand, and wish him all the best. And the other person I want to acknowledge is the Chief Executive of Local Government New Zealand, Susan Freeman-Green, who will come to the end of her 5-year term in September and will not be seeking an extension to any time as Chief Executive. And just want to wish her all the best, and also thank you for the movement that we've seen and all of the support that we've had across the sector from local government. And with that, we'll put this to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed to abstentions, that's carried. I'll now resolve to exclude the public for the following parts of the proceedings of this meeting. Item 1.1, public Previous minute, public excluded previous minutes, 9.2, community. Supplementary item 9.6, direction to fluoridate, water supplies Kataia Kirikiri, revisiting the notice of motion. Item 9.3, a new lease request over part 6 of South Road Kataia for the Farmer Community Food Bank Trust. 9.4, council public excluded open resolutions. And as a part of that, our community board chairs and secretary community chair, as well as our council interpreter for negative included parts of the meeting. Like the second part.
Second.
So three those in favour say aye.
Sorry, noting the general.
Those abstentions or those against, and that is carried. Now, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items. Do you all want to break for lunch now, or do you want to finish the horse? Lunch. And break for lunch, and I'll see you all back here at 2 o'clock.
Fabulous.
Kia ora and welcome back to our council meeting. In the public excluded section, we considered a number of items. Two of those items will be released back in public. One of them is our direction to fluoridate water supplies for Kaitara and Kirikiri. The final district council has resolved to receive a report that will be made public on the direction to fluoridate water supplies Kaitara and Kirikiri. And we have also resolved to not cancel out the fluoridation of farm waters and to not hurt the implementation of the direction to fluoridate Kirikiri and Kaitara. That information around that decision will be made public and with a media release. We also considered a new lease request over 6 South Road. That information will be made public once the lease is finalised. And with that, I will close this off with a karakia. Ko te tapu ngā kōrero ka erihia ki ngā pātū tō tātou whare, tūturu whiti akamaua kia tīna. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.